Andy, great job. I had no idea that I was muted.
Andy, great job. I had no idea that I was muted. Andy, great job.
And I was even on the other screen. Thanks, Andy. Now you should be able to hear me. It's a good thing you told me now, because otherwise I would have sat here talking to myself for the next hour. So what I was saying is, I'm trying to build a little new feature in the file browser part of Smos, and I'm going to show you what that looks like in a moment, the current situation, and also the demo application for the file browser cursor. And then I can explain what the thing we're trying to add. See, the thing is, the file browser application at the moment cannot add any new files or any new directories, and that's the thing I want to add today, because in the bigger picture I want to be able to use Smos from the web browser, which is going to be a lot easier if you can make new files and directories directly in Smos instead of having to go through the actual browser. Okay, so it looks like my demo workflow is done, so now I can show you. If you run Smos and then you run BP for browse projects or BW for browse workflow, you can see a file browser and you can walk around in it just like you would expect. And then if you press enter on a Smos file, it goes directly into the Smos file. Now the thing I want to add here is that I can press, let's say, F to start a new file, or N to start for new. It doesn't really matter which button it's going to be, but anyway, we want to be able to add a new file in here, and there are some particularities that you want to be able to deal with. So I'm going to open the Smos file that I am working around in. Here it is. So there's a new feature that we want to add, and the things we want to make sure that work are duplicate files, cannot be created, same with directories. And there was something else that I was worried about. Duplicate files and directories. Yeah, I guess that's it. So let's start with those. So the first thing I'm going to try to do is fill in the demo application with the functionality that I would want. And then we'll figure out what we need to build from there on. So this is the goal. We have a demo application in the cursor there forest brick project. I'll show you what that looks like as well, and that's the one we're going to be changing at the moment. Here it is. So we have a directory forest of this directory. You can walk around in it, and now I want to be able to add new files from here. That's it. Yeah, so we can change this thing before we start integrating anything with Smos, because it's a different repository. Now I'm going to give you a bit of background, because this is not actually an uncomplex thing. It's inherently complex, in fact. If you look at the data structure that we use to represent a directory forest, it's called dir forest, and it corresponds to something like a map of file paths to directories or files. However, it has a bunch of validity constraints built in, because you can't have two files with the same name, you can't have a file and a directory with the same name, and you can't have a file in a directory where there is already a file with the same name as the directory, etc. So there are a whole bunch of constraints here. Here they are. And this is represented as this map, and then there's this tree. Now, when you want to walk around in it, like in this cursor dir forest application, you want to be able to keep track of where you're looking, and that's where you need cursors for. So to remind you, a cursor is a single data structure that both represents the entire data structure that you're looking at and also where you're looking within it. So the classic example of this is called a zipper, I think. And the standard list zipper is something like this. Here you have a list cursor which has two stacks, the stack of things to the left of between the two things you're watching and the stack of things to the right. And then this watches between two elements. So you have a string and you may be watching here. And if you can move the cursor right or left and you're always watching between two elements. And that has to be the case because the list can be empty. And in that case, there is nothing to look at. However, there is also the non-empty list cursor, which is where you're looking at something, but in order to look at something, there must be something to look at. So you have everything to the left, everything to the right, and then the current thing you're looking at. And the reason that these two have different types, by the way, is so that you can put a cursor in here to have recursive cursors. And this is actually important. Yep. Now, the way the dir_first cursor works is that we have this concept of a file or directory where it contains the file may contain some data corresponding to the actual file, and the dir_first cursor itself is a forest cursor. So you can imagine this is just some way of looking at a forest somewhere, and the thing you're looking at is a file or directory A, and everything else is a file or directory B, so that we can have recursive cursors in here, which will become important later. And this has all sorts of validity constraints to make sure that everything makes sense. So now what we want to be creating is a new function, which is called dir_first start new, dir_first cursor start new, which is going to end up creating a new in-progress file path that we're editing. And then when we say complete this now, it has to turn into either a file or a directory. So if it turns into a file, we have to pass in the A that we wanted to get. And if it's a directory, we can just do that as is. So that's the plan. Now, I already started some of this because, as you can see here, this contains a file or directory. But in fact, what we're going to have to make now is a file or directory cursor, because they can either be an existent file or a file that is still in progress of being created. And that's what I've been starting here. So this is the file or directory, so it's a file with an associated thing or a directory without an associated thing. And then the file or directory cursor will either be an existent thing like this or an in-progress text cursor. A text cursor can rebuild to a text, but is watching between two letters, which is what you expect for an input box. Does that make sense? Anyone watching who's following along? If you have any questions, now is the time to ask, because I'm going to start trying to implement something. In the meantime, I'm going to take a bite. Alright, sounds like there are no questions. Let's continue. So I wrote this, but it's not actually useful yet, because that's something, completing the in-progress text cursor is something you do at the end. So let's start with the start, then make the demo application do what we want, and then see how we can go from there. So the actual start will be turn the currently selected file or directory into an in-progress one. So here we have this start new, and that's a function we all have to create. So dir_first cursor start new. So we take a dir_first cursor of A's and B's, and we will create a maybe dir_first cursor A and B. Why a maybe? Because it needs to fail, because if there is currently something in progress already, then we can't create another in progress one, because only the currently selected element can be in progress. That's important. So and we'll leave this undefined for now. I'll also need to add a function from A to B because the currently selected thing needs to be turned into the non-cursor version. So this should compile. Okay, in the meantime we're gonna have a look at the test suite because I do test-driven development. There we go. And we want to have a simple test to get started which says it produces valid results, and this will fail immediately when it compiles. If we run it at least. Like so. Because it's not implemented yet, obviously. So we need to pass in a type application to make sure that it knows that we're looking at a deer forest cursor of words. Now this doesn't know what we're talking about because I'm actually testing a module called cursor simple deer forest. There's for every cursor with 2 arguments I usually make another type which is the same cursor but with the same types for both arguments. This makes everything a bit more simple to use if you don't actually need the second argument. And so the way you do that is like so. So far so good? I don't know how much lag there is on the chat actually. No, not too much it seems. So something's going wrong. Start. No. Okay, so now this should fail. Beautiful. Let's only run that test because otherwise it's gonna make my feedback loop longer. Beautiful. Okay, now we get to implement this. So this one, we usually call the A to B's F and the B to A's G. So we'll call this F. And then we want to look at the currently selected element because that needs to be a file or directory cursor, but I actually think I didn't do that refactor yet, so let's do that first. So this is going to require a whole bunch of refactoring, probably. Yep, it does. So now I just have to change the validity constraints code to make sure that there are no additional constraints on the text cursor inside until it's being created. This can change. This can change as well. And now we need to create so every cursor has this make function and a rebuild function, and the make function turns a thing that you're looking at into the cursor for looking at it, and the rebuild function turns the cursor back into the thing. And it's important that the rebuild function always succeeds, so this must never fail, otherwise you don't have a semantic editor, and that means that you can be editing and at some point turn into an invalid state, and that should never be allowed. So that means we need to be able to turn, we need to be able to make and rebuild the directory forest cursor. So this make forest cursor, which one did we use? Is it the simple one? No, we didn't, okay. Good, so make forest cursor, which one is the func? I think what we want to do here is first fix we first need to make the code for making and rebuilding the file or directory cursor. So let's go there first. So we want to be able to make file or dir cursor. So we have I guess we only want to be able to make it from an actual file or directory, because starting with an in progress thing doesn't make sense. So this should be rather simple. And then rebuild file or dir cursor should be able to turn it back into a file or directory. However, that doesn't make sense because it could be in progress, and in that case you can't actually rebuild. So we were running into a little bit of an issue here. Namely that this is not actually semantic. And I think what we want to do about this is when there's something in progress and we have to rebuild, then just omit it, I guess. And then we'll be fine, I guess. We'll see about it. So this needs to be able to, I guess fail is not the right word because it's just incomplete. Wrong constructor. Yep. Okay, so now we have these two functions to make and rebuild. Now, to make a directory forest cursor, this is the easy part. I guess. Let's check the type for make forest cursor. Here we have to have a non-empty tree of the file or directories. Yeah, and now we supply a function to turn a file or directory into a where is it? Into a file or directory cursor. So the func turns a B into an A, which is what we want, and then the fmap uses the fact that this is a functor. I think we could do the same thing here. Yeah, it's a functor, that's good. But we can only apply this fmap after we say make file or directory cursor. I think this should just work. Is that right? Am I doing something wrong here? What is going wrong here? Ah, that's a different error. Okay, good. So here's the bigger issue that we're going to have, because now we have the problem that the rebuild here doesn't actually succeed every time. So if it fails, we're in trouble. And I think the way we can make sure that it's not going to fail is to remove the in progress text cursor if it exists, and then we can use from just on the rebuild file dir cursor. Yeah, I think that should work. So we want something like remove in progress. So that will be something like that. Is that right? If we can do that, and then we can do that first, and then after that we do the rebuild forest cursor, which takes an A to B. So the A to B is the cursor mapping function here. And in what we had, we just had a forest cursor, and now instead of having a file or directory in the forest cursor, we're going to have a file or directory cursor in the selected element. And in our case, the selected element here, that's this A, so this B to A is going to be a file or directory to a file or directory cursor to a file or directory. Yeah. So this fmap was going over a file or directory, which we're gonna have afterwards. So I think this fmap should happen after the rebuilding, but before we can do that, we need to do from just, and this will be safe because of our validity constraints. I think that's how it's gonna work. We'll see. Yep, that works. Okay, super. So we'll fill that in a moment, and then we also have to write the tests for the file or directory making and rebuilding. Previous on same level. Why is this failing? That shouldn't fail. Oh, right, because now the fmap f is not ideal. Is that right? Huh, why doesn't it just map over a different functor? That doesn't make much sense to me. Alright, so it looks like there are two people still listening. Who are they? Say hi in chat. Oh, hi Andy, you're still listening. That's nice. Do you want to jump on a call and then we can do some pair programming? I'm watching on TV. So you have the stream on TV, or like on a big TV set? Oh, that's cool. So if you'd like to jump on a call, I'm sure we can find some way to set that up, and we can do some pair programming. It's a lot more exciting to listen to than just me talking to myself, and then at least you can ask questions, for example. So here's the thing. We have a forest cursor, A and B. You need to be able to get from A to B and B to A. Now we're going to run into this problem of having to delete the current the currently in progress text cursor every time. That's an issue. That's a real issue because that's a problem we're going to have with every movement. every movement is going to need to be able to delete the extra file or directory cursor if necessary. How should we best do that? So the essence of it is that we want something like this, I guess, but then we also have to make sure that the remove in progress file or directory cursor, if necessary, is already done. Is that right? Yeah, so this seems to be what we want to be doing, but that's a bit roundabout, I get the impression. Is there a nicer way to do this? So what I'd like to do is somehow integrate both this one and that one, so that I don't have this quote-unquote unsafety everywhere, because otherwise if I forget this anywhere, then the whole thing is going to crash. I'm open to ideas. So I guess we could have something like prepare for movement. And actually it's ready for movement if all of the file or directory cursors are this one. So we can actually turn it into a forest cursor of just file or directories without this special cursor inside. And once we do that, we can do the movement and then add the constructor back on. I think that's going to be a good idea. So if we do dir forest cursor A, B, and we turn it into a forest cursor of file or directory A, file or directory B, then where is it? Just want to show you how that's different from the current situation, right? In the current situation, the first argument to this forest cursor is a cursor, and if we get rid of that by removing the appropriate in progress text cursor, then we can do a safe movement and add the constructor back on. So here we go. So this should be safe, and we can do that using the remove in progress file or directory cursor if necessary. And then we have this forest cursor, and we have to turn it, and then we should be able to do some movement. So if we can move around a forest cursor, if it's a real movement, then it won't matter what's inside there. Then we can have something like, I guess this you call this you could call this a movement lens. I don't know, it's probably not a lens according to the laws, so it won't matter, but so the essence will be prepare for movement, do the movement func, and then add the directory forest cursor back on. And the way we add it back on is we have to change the selected element, and I guess we can do that with the map forest cursor. Yeah, so map forest cursor, and the first argument will be make file a directory, and the second will be an identity function. And I'm gonna call this do movement f as in the functor, and then I want to be able to have a do movement without the functor as well for identity ones. This is strange. Oh right, I forgot about the functors again. So the movement func will give me something in an f, so if I just do this, f map all the way. I think, maybe not. So this will turn it into a forest cursor. Then the movement function will turn that into an f forest cursor. What am I doing wrong here? The map forest cursor will turn it back into... Ah, right. I can't just do that. I need to do file or there. Otherwise I can't actually do the mapping. Actually, maybe if I just say use rank n types, then it's a real movement. I may have to change that later. Sometimes there are kind of movements that do have to do something with the fact that you're in a file or directory, so I have to watch out a bit. Like opening a directory, for example, it has to do with actual... actually opening directories are not a movement, but yeah, we'll see. And then we have to give these other names, CD. Almost there, I think. So now what's the D doing wrong? This is just a constructor. This takes one argument. What am I doing wrong here? Expected type, the f. Oh right, no, wait, sorry, I'm not wrong. So we expect the f, but we actually get a function. Oh, because I gave this an extra formal argument. And now I need to say it's a functor. Okay, this is going the right way. All right, so this is going to work. That's a different error. So now I want to be able to also say do movement without the f. Like so. And I think I can implement that using run identity do movement f. Something like that. And now I need to figure out where identity is, of course. I don't actually use this kind of thing a lot. Oh, that worked in first try. Wow, I'm impressed. Okay, so now we have a way to do movements. So this select previous on same level, that's the movement we're interested in, right? So I think if we do this, then we can just say do movement F. Does that work? Select previous on same level. Is that a... Yeah, that's a failing one. Is that a thing? Something is going on here. Oh, yeah, see, that's what I meant. We're going to run into trouble with these rank n types. So actually, I can just replace those rank n types by saying we only need to be able to modify these specific ones. We don't care about actual full movements. By the way, just so you know, a movement of a cursor is a cursor that doesn't change what it is being rebuilt to. And then the C and D have to be A and B, of course. Yeah, these need to be put back. Okay, so now we're running into the trouble that we hoped. Put these F maps back. And the F maps are for mapping this function over the actual contents of the file or directory, and the file or directory is a functor because it just maps the function over this and leaves the directory untouched. Okay, so now we have a different error. That's excellent. So now let's see if we can do the do movement function also be used. So that we can use the prepare for movement thing when we're doing the rebuilding, I think. Yep, I think we can just do prepare for movement here. No, I'm almost there. And then we don't need this part. Yep, this is going to work out excellent. Okay, so now we can just say do movement F, do movement without the F, like so. And yeah, this is going to work out excellently. Actually, these are without the F's. And then I need to use dollars. So it turns out that lenses are actually very useful when you're dealing with cursors, but I still write them manually just for the compile times. Okay, this is quite brain dead, so I'm going to tell you something in the meantime. So yesterday I went dancing again after months. The COVID situation in Switzerland has gotten a lot better, but the restrictions are getting worse. Well, by worse I mean more stringent. And when I went dancing, there were people with thermometers taking everyone's temperature just to make sure that no one was feverish. And then there were only 100 people allowed into the place where we went. We were only allowed in one of the 2 rooms where we went. And then you had to get registered to make sure that everyone can be notified in case of an infection event. So yeah, I felt a bit like trying to go through East Germany. Not that I know what that was like, of course, but you know the idea. Okay, so we can remove this for now. Okay, now, next thing that we need to refactor are the generators for directory forests. So generating a directory forest is a non-trivial thing, just because you have to be able to deal with the fact that sizes are involved when you generate things, and the problem with generating recursive structures is that it's very easy to accidentally generate infinite structures, and of course you can't really test those. So we have to see where we want to change it. So a directory forest cursor contains a forest cursor, and now it's time to look into what a forest cursor is like. So a forest cursor is a non-empty list cursor of a tree cursor that you're looking at and collapsible trees around them. That makes sense, right? And this is why this type argument to the non-empty cursor is really necessary. Then there is a tree cursor inside for the tree you're looking at, and this tree cursor is quite complex, but suffice it to say that you're just looking at one of the elements. Okay. Now to generate those, I generate the non-empty list cursor directly. There you go. So generate the befores, the current one, and the afters. So the befores, the current one, and the afters. And then the tree cursor. This is the only one we're going to have to change, I think. So gen tree cursor, yep. So that's what we want to change. And then figure out what to do, where to go from there. So okay. So the current one is the one that's going to have to be changed. And the current one is the current element is going to determine what's allowed to be below it, because if there is a file, then you can't have anything in the forest below, obviously. That's one of the validity constraints. If it's an in-progress one, I'm also going to say it's definitely nothing below there. Because like even if you're making a directory, while you're in progress of deciding the name, there's definitely nothing inside there yet. So I'm going to say pure empty C forest. And an empty C forest, so in order to be able to collapse these things, you can't just deal with trees, because you need to know whether trees are collapsed. And a collapsible tree is a node that has an either collapsed or non-collapsed forest below. So a C forest is a collapsible forest, which is either empty or closed with elements or open with elements. And the reason why I have three constructors here is just so that I didn't have to decide whether open or closed means empty, whether empty is open or closed. So it looks like we got this to compile. So now is the time to add the appropriate tests for the making and the rebuilding here. And then run the entire test suite again, just to make sure that nothing broke while we're doing the refactor. Well, obviously it's gonna have broken because we put some undefineds in there, so we have to fix that first. So okay, so these all passed. That makes sense because we haven't actually implemented. Haven't actually added the test that's gonna fail, or it's actually not gonna fail because we already implemented this. So this one produces valid cursors. And you might think this is a completely useless test, right? But actually it's not, because if there is an undefined in there anywhere, or any other impartiality, we'll know it. And then rebuild file or div cursor. Okay, and then I want one more test which makes sure that they round trip. If you start with a file or directory and you make a cursor, then rebuilding it should be just the file or directory. I forgot to do again. And now we need to make sure that it knows that we're talking about, let's say, bytes, because there needs to be something in there. And choosing a unit doesn't help, because sometimes there are properties that pass for units but not other parameters. But for example, a byte is usually enough different there are enough different values in a byte in order to actually point out test errors. Ideally, you would actually choose a type that doesn't have a total ordering but a partial ordering, but in this case it's not going to matter. If you haven't noticed, I'm obsessed with writing good tests rather, and making them easy to write. Okay, so now the making and the rebuilding is tested. Good. So now if we do dir forest, only test the dir forests, then it's all going to fail because they're all undefined. So let's fill that in. There's an undefined in prepared for movement, and is that the only one? Well, the other one is the one we haven't implemented. Okay, so prepared for movement, we have to unwrap it. Can I do halloc if I do sbf? Stack build file watch, by the way. Oh, this is gonna take a moment. Okay, so in the meantime, I'm gonna take a bio break, and I'll see you in. And we're back. Let's have a look. The viewer count doesn't seem to match up because I see 5 viewers here and I see 6 viewers here, and in the chat I see even more people. It says users in chat and then there are 7 people there, so I'm not really sure. And only Andy is. Hey Andy, if you're watching from the TV, how are you typing? Okay, so let's have a look. So to turn a directory forest cursor back into a forest cursor, first we have to unwrap it. So we have to use this function. Okay, so now we're gonna have a type error, ideally. And then we want to map. Yeah, that's the type error I was looking for. Let's put undefined back so that I can see the hallocs. This one. Super. So we're gonna have this type error as expected, and now we have to turn the file or directory cursor. We have to turn this into that, and we can get the selected value using. There was one of this. Yep. This is the way to get the selected value. So we can say case DFC of, and this will either be existent, in which case we want to remove the current element and go up, I guess. Doesn't matter because we're going to rebuild anyway. So delete, yep. Yep, but we need this B to A, and the B to A it's to turn a, so that's the make make file or directory cursor is what we need to get again. So that's actually not what we want to do, because we want to keep it to file or directories. Otherwise we have to do the mapping twice, and we have to pass in an A to B and a B to A function, both of them. So we want to do it a bit differently, I think. So I think we'll want to operate directly on the forest cursors themselves. Yeah, and now if it's existent, then we want to delete one. Oops. Okay, so we can delete one, that should be fine. Why do we need that? Oh, because it wants to try and move, right? So I want to see if there's a deleting. So it looks like there's no way to delete an element without turning a B back into an A, and that makes some amount of sense. But it's really annoying in this case. So let's think about this a bit. Okay, I'm afraid that there is no way around it, but luckily every time we do a movement, we already have a B to A and an A to B. So that should be working out fine. Okay, so then let's pass in the A to B and the B to A. And we call them F and G. In that case, we can just use the upper functions. So we can say, if this currently selected element is an existent file or directory, then we don't have to do anything. We can just do the rebuild. We can just do the unwrapping as is. No, not this one. And we'll almost be there. And the unwrapping works using this map forest cursor. Yep. There we go. So here we do id, and the map forest cursor is going to turn the A to B. That's the A to C. That's the one we actually want to do something with. So that's rebuild deer forest cursor. No, rebuild file or directory cursor. And this is going to return a maybe, but it's going to be safe to say from just, because we just made sure that there are no in progress files right there. And then if there's an in progress one, then we want to change the forest cursor first by using delete. Actually, we'll do remove just because I like it better. And then we need a B to A. In our case, that's going to be F map G, I think. Oh no, we're going to get a maybe delete or update. Oh yeah, we have to work with the delete or update as well. So the preparing for a movement could actually mean that you're going to end up with an empty file or an empty forest cursor. So I think prepare for movement is actually going to have to return a delete or update. I need to think about this. Okay, so if we do this, we get a delete or update. By the way, delete or update is actually either a deleted or an updated, so it's a fancy maybe, but I chose it separate from maybe because often you get this maybe delete or update. And in that case, you want to use deleted to mean the entire cursor is being deleted. So for example, if you have a text cursor and you remove the last element, then you could say, well, now it's empty, but you could also say, maybe I want to delete it entirely. So you want to be able to make that distinction. So when removing this element, it could be that the forest cursor becomes empty. So it's going to have to be able to be deleted or updated. So delete or update. I think that's the way we're going to have to do it. Yeah, so that means that doing any movement could remove the entire thing. We'll get to that. We're going to put this up here, just so that we get our error messages in order. This is a bit more of a clusterfuck than I wanted, but that's exactly why I didn't have this feature yet in the first place. So, I think that's the way it's going to have to work. No, this is quite wrong, it seems. Forest cursor remove element. Yeah, so this is what we want to do. So now we get a delete or update. Dot is applied to too few arguments. Oh, it's because of the DFC, so actually we don't want dots, we want these. So from there we get a maybe delete or update for, sorry, just a delete or update forest cursor. And so wait, what if I just say do this piece only? We should get a nicer. Oh yeah, so here's the issue. The it is wrong. Well, at least it's less wrong. So which error do we get if in this case? Actual type with 2 file or directory cursors, that doesn't make sense. It should be 2 file or directories. Am I doing this wrong? Remove elements, B to A. So I'm using G, that makes sense. Aha, yeah, I think I understand it. But if I turn these two around, do we get a different error message? Not really, but see, here's the thing. No, sorry, I was wrong. I was thinking there was something wrong with this here because of type parameters that need to change, but it's not actually true, it seems. Hold on a moment. The location is it the case expression or is it this thing? It's the case expression, isn't it? If I do it this way, oh, it doesn't let me put that on separate lines. Oh, that's that. Okay, wait, if I turn off the formatting right now, this should still be valid syntax. Yeah, okay, so the problem is in the case expression, not in the contents of the case expression. What am I doing wrong here? Let's give this a typo and see what it tells me. Okay, so we find that the typo is for transforming a file or directory cursor, and that seems to be wrong. Yeah, because it's not just f mapping, we also need to make file or div cursor. Okay, now we're getting close, and now I have to put the map back. We're getting closer. This is a bit of type puzzling, isn't it? You wouldn't expect that you need to do this when you're trying to make a task manager. Something is still going wrong here. Oh, I need an id here. Okay, so this seems to type check. That's nice. So actually, I also want a test to make sure that this thing itself doesn't fail, because there is an unsafe function there, so I need to make sure that it definitely doesn't ever crash. And you might be thinking maybe you don't want to expose this, but it's a safe function, so we might as well expose it. And it should be right after make directory forest. Actually, we don't want to get it from there. Yeah, just we'll fill in the A's and the B's ourselves, so that's fine. It produces valid results there, and it will be filled in later. Okay, something to worry about later, but then at least we have the test already. So preparing for movement is now ready. So now we have the other trouble that we need the A to B and B to A every time, and that's a bit of a silly thing, isn't it? Now this rebuilding also has to change somewhat, because rebuilding a directory forest cursor now might delete it, because it may be that the directory forest cursor is non-empty and only contains an in-progress file or directory, and in that case when you rebuild it, it should be empty. That's a bit of a mess, but that's fine. It just means I have to do a big refactor, but Haskell makes that easy. What's the error now? Oh yep, we need delete or update. And if we want delete or update, then we also have to do the F mapping in the right places. So prepare for movement now gives you a delete or update, so we need to do the F map of whatever we did after that. I think that's it. Yep, okay. We're chugging along nicely. Okay, so now every movement needs to be able to turn A's into B's and B's into A's. And in practice this won't be a problem for the application, because usually you want to use a simple version anyway where these two functions are ids. identity functions. Yeah, now here's the thing. This is going to be, every movement it needs to be able to delete a file. So I think the type we want here is something like that, and that's real weird. So it's either deleted, because usually you either fail or you delete something, but in this case you delete or you fail or you get an update. So, well, this will be an interesting thing to have to deal with. But I think this is the right way to deal with it. Yep, that's it. And now, so that means every movement can delete the cursor. That's a real interest. So this is the kind of thing that I would never have thought of if I just didn't have the type system. Okay, so now this thing is going to have to be different as well, because there's this delete or update thing mixed in now. I think all I will need to do is something like that. This is just shotgunning. Yeah, okay, so it was wrong. So let's see what the type error says. Oh, yeah, good. So I missed the A to B and B to A again. Now we get an interesting type error here that I'm not gonna try to read even. So, oh yeah, this is typical. Now it should be more intelligible. Now it should be even more intelligible. Yeah, that's intelligible. So now the two functors are in the right place, in the wrong place. So if I do fmap here now, suddenly it works. Cool. So now I can just say f and g there, and it's going to be delete or update like so. Yeah, that was it. That's nice. Why doesn't that stay on the same line? Okay, now it does. Okay, so now we have to do the same refactor to each of these. So I can already say qs / do movement f e f g q. No, that went wrong. Well, no, it's not wrong enough actually. So now we automatically do the refactors for every do movement f. Okay, so that's some of them already. And now we want to record the same macro for the do movement ones. So that's ql do movement e f g down and then at l. Oops. Yep. Okay, so now we need to write some sort of macro to turn all the maybes at the end here into, well, we have to wrap all the results into in a delete or update, so it would be nice to have some sort of macro for that. Let's see if I can write one of those. I don't actually think so, but let's try. Okay, so Q, R, E, and then we do W until we're at the maybe. Yeah, that seems to do what I want. And this is the only one that's going to get into trouble. Nice. And this one already had a delete or update, but I think delete or update is a monad as well, so we should be able to join it. Let's have a look. Delete or update. Why is it not a monad? That's an interesting issue. I guess we can write it real quick, but let's go and see if we can fix that in the base library. I guess I never wrote that instance just because I didn't need it. That's that. Here we should be able to say join, right? So now we should get an error about this not being a monad. Oh, wait, is there no function join defined? Yeah, there should be. So, oh, maybe it's just in control at monad. Yeah, okay, that's the correct error message. So the way I'm going to fix this right now is I'm expecting that there will probably be other little changes I want to make to the cursor library. So if I want to use this cursor library, I'm just going to change the dependency on cursor right there to use the one I have on disk. So that's home sid source cursor. Okay, just gonna take a moment. Let's have a bite. Okay, so who's still watching? I see that there are 4 viewers. I am one of them because I've got myself on the other screen. Actually, I can close that because I'm not watching anyway. So now I've got the monad instance. That's nice. And now we have a different error message. Excellent. Hey Andy. How are you doing there? Still good. There seems to be quite a bit of lag on the chat. I'm not sure why that's the case. Maybe that's my fault or not. Okay. So now we're probably missing a whole bunch of ids here. And this is where it becomes apparent why you have the simple module, doesn't it? Rebuild. So the rebuild now uses 2 ids. What else? Oh, and also it can now require this delete or update thing again. Okay, so here I think if I can use the same macro, that would be nice. Okay, qr www delete or update. Yeah, that's going to work nicely. And here we just need an extra id. Beautiful. Okay, so now the prepare for update is the other one. We want to export it somewhere, right? So, sorry, prepare for movement. So we're gonna export that here as well. prepare for movement. Forest cursor. Boom, 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 boom. File or directory A. File or directory A. Actually, I'm going to use a simple forest cursor here. It's going to make more sense. That's not cursor forest simple, but cursor simple forest. And then the other thing I want to do is make sure that this definitely doesn't collide anywhere. Okay, so we're almost there. And I think once this is done, most of the functionality should be easy to change. Yeah. $17. Yeah, this one as well. Cool. So now we're gonna run control. Nice. This one doesn't exist. That's good because we changed the name. Let's change it there as well. Okie doke. So now we got issues. Okay, so we've got some. There's this testing combinator here called inverse functions if first succeeds on valid. It's a bit complex, but I'll show you the type and it's going to become obvious immediately. So test combinators property combinators are functions that produce properties. So there are functions like, for example, inverse. So you've got inverse functions if first succeeds on valid. There. So you give it two functions where the first one can fail and the second one can't, and it tests that if you do the first one first and then the second one on the result, as long as the first if the first has succeeded, that you can get the same A back. So we are going to have to write our own here because there is no combinator for delete or update anywhere. So we can say for all valid directory forest cursors, not directory forest cursors, but directory forest. So turn it into a cursor. And that can fail. Why can it fail again? Oh yeah, because it can be empty. So a directory forest can be empty, but a directory forest cursor cannot be empty because you always have to be looking at one of the files. So if it succeeds, if it doesn't succeed, then it was empty, that's fine, we just leave that. If it doesn't succeed, then we want to be able to rebuild it. But the rebuilding can now fail. So if it's updated, then we should say that the new one should be the same one as the old one. And if it was deleted, then in this case that shouldn't happen because you never have in progress file or directories here. So then we can say expectation failure should round trip. And this error message doesn't really matter because you're only going to need it when you get a test failure, and then you're going to have to look at the tests anyway. So here we need to have this constructor, so cursor.types. Oh, wow. That was quite good encapsulation actually, because I haven't had to add this yet. So, forest movement mspec is a test suite combinator that I used to test whether a movement is a valid movement. So, two things about a movement that are important. First of all, it produces valid results, which means that it doesn't fail, for example, but it also produces results that match all the validity constraints. So no files with subdirectories can be created, for example. And then the second requirement is that it is a movement, which means that the rebuilding before and after the movement should rebuild to the same thing. But now all movements can be deleting the file directory cursor. So we need to, I can just put that in here and this should just work. I just need to change the properties a little bit because now it could be deleted, and in that case we're not going to do anything, or it can be updated and fail, or it can be updated and succeed. And here we need to do a case matching. I think that should work the way you want it. Inverse movement spec, that's another one of these properties. So in this case, we have some of the movements, like go up and then go down, are supposed to be inverses. So I want to test to make sure that, well, I have a test suite combinator to make sure that that's the case, but it uses these inverse functions again, so we might be able to, we might have to write that ourselves as well. This is so much more work than it should be for this tiny feature, but it turns out adding files in a cursor is difficult. So, yep. So here's the thing. The inverse M movements, they can now all fail. Sorry, not fail, but they can delete the cursor. So we need to add that definitely. Let's do that already, and then we can get the appropriate type errors. And we should only have 4 type errors. No, many more. Yeah, we got these inverse functions again. Well, we'll deal with that later. So now if actually I do... Oops, I closed the wrong thing. Select parent is the inverse of select first child. Yeah. Oh, but it's only in one direction. Okay, so these are very similar, right? Wait a second, they're exactly the same. These two should have been switched around, I think. So actually I made a mistake there. Beautiful. Wow, so my tests were wrong. Interesting. So this should have been F2, F1. So let's say... we implement that ourselves. So now, for all valid cursors, so we have a directory forest cursor. If we first use the first one, well, let's say f and g just for name shadowing sake. So fdfc of will be either deleted, which is fine, or updated with a nothing, which means it failed, which is also fine, or updated with a new value, which we then run the second function on, g, which can be both of these cases as well, or updated with the third value, and then we're saying the third value should be the first value. Okay, and then we want to do the same thing for the other ones. And now I switch them around again. And we want to do the same with movements that cannot fail, so in that case we can just remove these cases. But actually, this one is not failed. Expectation failure. If the first doesn't fail, then going back, in order for it to be an inverse, must not also be a failure. The second movement must not be a failure. Okay, now we get the inverse function type error that we expected. So I guess I can just inline that, or I can try and, yeah, let's do that. We can try and refactor this so that it's out of there. We'll call this inverse mprop, and we'll call this inverse prop. And then we can call this one inverse mprop, and that one as well. And now we get some issues here, I hope. Let's let the compiler help me. These are other issues. Let's deal with them first. Okay, now we get those. So we have two functions, these two, and we turn them into a property. Is that right? No, that's the type for this one. For this one, they can't fail. And property doesn't exist because that's in test.quickcheck. Alright, we're making progress. We need type annotations here as well. Couldn't match A with word 8. Aha, that's because we're requiring that this works for any. So what if I do it this way? That should work, right? Okay, so now we don't need this word 8 anymore, because so the thing is, when you're dealing with functions that should work on anything, like movements, so you use these rank n types here, then when you're trying to test the function, you still need to choose something to fill in the value, because you cannot generate polymorphic types. Which makes sense, right? Because you wouldn't know what to generate. And that's why we should do that in there. Yeah, that's exactly the error we're getting right now. So I can do f at word 8 here. And that'll choose the byte for me. And I can do that here as well, I think. And here we do the same thing. Ta-da! And now our test suite passes. No, it's not going to pass. Exactly. Yeah, so there are two issues. The first issue is that I probably messed these around, didn't I? So we may have actually found a bug, that's also possible. This looks like a bug as well, at least. So let's make sure that this is correct. So we use F first and then we use G. That makes sense. So here, let's have a look at what this is actually supposed to be testing. Select parent. So if you're looking in a directory forest, then there could be a function to go up to the parent instead of just left and right. And if you first select the first child of an element and then you select the parent of that child, then you should get back to the original one. That's what this is testing. And now it's telling me that there is a reason why that may not be true. And in fact it is true, because now the code has changed, because anything in progress will now be gone. You see? The problem occurs when you have an in progress one. So I can now turn this test off. It still has to compile, but I can now turn this test off saying this does not hold because in progress file or directories will be deleted before moving. So I think it may be the case that none of these inverse movement things work anymore. But so then why do the tests pass? Is it maybe because I generate too small of directory forests? So what if I say QC quick check max size equals 100 up from 30? So they all still pass. Why is that? Am I maybe just not executing any of these? That shouldn't pass, right? So let's have a look at these. Inverse movement spec. First, select first tree and then select last tree. If you select the first tree and the current in progress file is still there, then it has to be deleted. And then you select the last tree. This shouldn't even be an inverse property. Aha, yeah, it says X described, so it's not being tested. Okay, so actually we're not using any of these properties. I could have just deleted them. Okay, it doesn't matter, because it needs to be, if you have these tests that fail for good reason, you still should make sure that they still compile, because you have to reconsider this every time. So I think none of the movements can now be inverses of each other. You could write a property saying like they're inverses, but only if the currently selected element is not in progress, but it doesn't really matter, I think. Okay, so now we've got the big refactor done. So now I'm gonna do SIF to see if the demo still builds. And it probably won't, because, yeah, exactly. there's this package called cursor directory forest brick, which has a helper function to turn these cursors into widgets that you can display. And we have to update that as well, because now you can have in progress files. So we need to be able to display text cursors. Luckily there is a function for that. Cursor brick text. Here, text cursor widget. This needs to be updated. I'm gonna put that on separate line as well. That was it already. So I think essentially what we're doing is we're leaving the problem to the user, and the user is gonna have to deal with that in a moment. Yep. So go fod should now be go fod c. And this is all we're doing here is explaining how to turn this cursor into something to display. So if it's existent, then we can do go fod, and if it's in progress, then we have this text cursor here. And I think we're gonna say it's always selected, which is fine. And then we need to give it a name for the selection. So let's have a quick look at the way brick, which resource name we chose here. But it looks like, yeah, so we can just use text, the text cursor here, and then call it the text cursor. Now we need the appropriate imports, so we need cursor.file or dir, and then cursor.brick, text, I think. No, wait, what was it? Cursor brick text, yeah, that's right. And now we have to update this. Okay, I'm gonna take another bio break and then be back in about 2 minutes. Be right back. And we're back. Let's have another look. So, now we can't just have this be parametric in the resource name. It's just a demo application, so it doesn't matter that it's parametric as possible. The library is parametric, that's what matters. Okie doke. Now we have to update all these movement functions that we have in the application, because now they can fail. I think the way we should do it is give this a type, and then we'll be able to deal with it easily. So what we want is to take any of the movement functions, either the ones that can fail or the ones that can't fail, and then turn them into an event handler. I'm just going to open this file again to make sure that I can have a look at the type. So select first child is a nice example. So this should be of type there first cursor. Which one am I using? int64 to delete or update maybe there first cursor int64. And you notice that there is only one type parameter here. It's because we use the simple version. And we want to turn that into an event m n next tree state, and we're gonna need scope type variables. Okay, we already have it, so I can say for all n these. We also need cursor types. We're almost to the point where we can show something on the screen, which is quite nice. But the big refactor was necessary, of course. And then do p is the same thing, but without the failure option. I don't remember why. I guess the p is pure. Yeah, naming is sometimes a bit of a mess. Okay, now we have type errors located here instead of there, which is what I wanted. The first one is going to be here. So it could be that there is no. So let's have a look at the state. TUI state here contains a maybe directory first cursor. Why maybe? Because it could be empty. So now we can turn it into empty if something is being deleted. So I could say case of the func of DFC, and if it's deleted, then we turn this state into nothing, and if it's updated, then we turn it into just DFC prime. That's the first batch of errors gone. This is the second batch. I guess it's going to be easier if I just write it out, but it would be nice if I could turn this into that. How about, so I have a delete or update now, and now I want to turn the maybe into the non-maybe. So I'm going to fmap something over the delete or update, which is going to be from maybe C. No, that's not what I want, because if it fails, then I don't actually want to delete the in process file. So I want to do it differently actually. It's I think I can deconstruct that a bit, so I can say case this func of, if it's deleted, then we want to say give it an updated C, and if it's updated with nothing, then we will also want to say updated C, and if it's updated with just the value, then we want to say updated C prime. I think this corresponds to what we want, and then we don't need the from maybe here anymore. Yeah, we're quite close now. The toggle, what's wrong with the toggle? The toggle, just so you know, is collapsing or uncollapsing the forest. This is an actual maybe function instead of the delete or update thing. So instead of do m, I'll just call it do mm. It's just a demo application anyway. So a do mm is going to be a do p of from maybe updated, no, let's say from ABC func c. So that turns it into a value, and it's always just an update. I think that's what I want. And then this one is called do mm. Okay, so now it should compile again. Oops. Yep, the application still works. That's nice. Oh, by the way, just when I press enter, I think I wanna also do the toggling. Is that right? Yeah, that's nicer. Okay, so now the refactor is done. Big refactor to allow for in progress files. Cool. That's the first step, and I think this is going to have been the biggest step. If you haven't seen this before, by the way, it's really cool. It's the pre-commit hooks to make sure that I don't have any H-lint problems before I commit. And it also makes sure to format everything correctly with Oromolu. Hey Andy, if you're still watching, have you ever tried out Smos? Okay, so now that we've got that, I want to get the undefined gone. So the start new one, this one is the one we want to be testing right now. Okay, so the undefined is right there. So to start a new one, I think the only thing we really need to do is add a new element that is in progress. So if we go to the cursor, I've tried out the PureScript frontend, but more interested in the implementation than in the tool. Okay. By the way, I'm getting rid of the PureScript frontend because I've decided I'm not going to do this in the browser as such, but rather make it make the front end also a terminal even in the browser. So this is at the moment what it looks like. Let me log in real quick. So it still looks similarly weird, but now I have this button, command line interface tryout, and if you click that, you're getting dumped into a command line interface. And now I can use Smos from the browser. And this is just Firefox, so that's the essence of it now. It seems to work quite nicely, so I'm gonna get rid of the PureScript frontend eventually because it turns out I don't need it anymore. And this is really, really nice because now I only really have to build one application anymore. And you could say, well, this is not pretty, and yeah, we can write another PureScript frontend eventually, but for now I just want to make it so that anyone can use it, even if they don't have a terminal on their computer. And if that means that they can use the terminal in my browser, that's fine. So this was surprisingly difficult actually, but it seems to work now, so that's nice. Anyway, let's get back to this. Oh, by the way, Andy, I think I know at least one person at your company that uses Smos. So, forest cursor, insert. This one I think is what we want to use. So we want to prepare for movement. and then insert. Oh, the prepare for movement gives you a delete or update. So here's the thing. You could say, well, can you share more details about the in-browser terminal? Yes, I will. So the way it works is it creates, the server itself sends me JavaScript, and the JavaScript says, over WebSockets, give me whatever you get from the terminal application. And in the backend, this is a bit of a detour, but let's have a quick look at it. What it does is it sends me over this JavaScript, and then, oh, this is the wrong version, isn't it? Yeah. It starts in WebSockets back and forth, and we'll get to that eventually because I'll have to integrate it. And that's actually the point of why we're doing this part. The WebSockets will then start a Smos instance here with Smos session. Sorry, with Smos session, and open the file, and then send over everything that happens in Smos, and the JavaScript will nicely display it. And it's being done in a sandbox so that you can't do anything wrong, and Smos cannot run arbitrary commands, so that's not a problem yet. I hope, we'll see. And so what happens is everything that comes from the WebSockets, it is going to be put into the terminal, and everything that comes from the terminal is going to be put into the WebSockets. It's rather... It looks simple from this perspective, but it took me a few hours to get it right, because there is a lot that can go wrong in JavaScript, apparently. Does that make sense? Makes some sense, thank you, but what's the library used in JS? Xterm.js. It has to do the event handling, etc. Yep, that's right, but it turns out there's a library for that, and it's relatively simple as long as you know what you're doing, so it's really not. Here it is. So what I have to do is set up some WebSocket, make sure it communicates correctly, and then there's I'm setting up a terminal here. So I'm creating a terminal, making sure that it attaches to a WebSocket, that's just built in, make sure that it fits to the appropriate space, and then resize it when necessary, and that's really it. The difficult part here was to make sure that when the browser resizes, the window that Smos, the terminal application, thinks it has is also resizing. And the weird thing is, what do you think, what would you guess remembers how big this terminal screen is? Because right now it's about 150 columns and 150, or let's say at least 100 rows. What do you think remembers this? How would you change such a thing? Because I wanted to show up the way that I wanted to show up in the browser, and if I want to generate, for example, these ASCII casts that you've seen on the documentation website. So if you look at, for example, Here, the automation tool. So you get here a cast. I want it to be the size of the cast that I'm making. I don't want it to be the size of the terminal that I'm running the automation for making the casting. So it turns out the thing that remembers how big a terminal is the kernel. And the only way to change that is to send a syscall. And there's a special IOCTL syscall for resizing terminal. There it is. So I had to make a syscall from Haskell. So I had to write a little bit of C in order to do the actual resizing, and that's a mess. But yeah, that's how that works. Anyway, so let's get back to this because I want to finish this before the end of the stream. So in order to add a new element to a forest, not only do I want to insert an element, I also want to select it. So it says here insert and select. And that's a bit of a problem actually. Yeah, I think we might need to make a change there. Because what we want to be inserting is an A. There is no B equivalent. So I think I'm going to make a change to the cursor library here again. So let's make another detour. So let's do stf cursor gen. And this is going to take another moment. So let's have a look at the tests for forests. Yeah, so there are tests for that. Good. Now, if I go to the forest here, so insert. These inserts, they insert a tree of bees in the case of that you don't want to select it immediately, but in this case we do want to select it immediately. So it says here, forest cursor, insert and select a tree cursor. So we add a new tree cursor in, and then we turn the A that we currently selected into a B. So this is the API that I want. But then there is forest cursor, insert and select tree that somehow uses a tree of B's instead of a tree of A's. So if what I want is a tree of A's and then not use this function. So instead of the G here, I already I want to insert the tree cursor. Oh, wait a second. I don't have to make any changes. I can just use this function. But then I need to make a tree cursor. Okay, so that's fine then actually. Then we don't need to make this detour. That's really nice. Let's get back to this one. STF cursor deforest gen. So all we need to do is make sure to insert this tree cursor instead. So there could be a helper function there. Should we write that? Well, let's write it first and then we can see if we want to move this into the library or not. Did that get deleted? Oh, that sucks. Okay, so prepare for movement. There, forest cursor, prepare for movement, and then it should be deleted. And if it's deleted, that means it has turned empty, but we're going to turn it back into non-empty. So in that case, it's going to be an entirely new one. Is there a singleton function? No, there isn't, right? But there is a singleton forest cursor function, isn't there? Also no. Okay, not a problem. So then it's going to be a directory forest cursor of a... So then there's a forest cursor, and then a non-empty cursor, which we can make a singleton for. And then there should be a tree cursor inside there. Is there a tree cursor singleton one? singleton tree cursor, and then we only have to give it a file or directory cursor, which is going to be in progress, and then a new text cursor. I think it's called new. Let's check. Empty text cursor. Mm-hmm. Oh, we need the A and the B anyway. Then it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter, yeah. So F and G. Now this simple thing needs to be adapted as well, because we need to add another id. Okay, non-exhaustive patterns. Okay, so now if we have an updated DFC after preparing it for movement, then that means it hasn't turned empty by preparing for movement, and it's, yeah, and then we should also be succeeding in starting a new one. So I don't think we actually need a maybe here. Why did we want a maybe again? Oh, I think the way I was reasoning about this is that the maybe is what you want instead of preparing for movement. Did we want it that way? So if you do a start new, if there is already an element that you're working on. Yeah, I think it's going to be more intuitive. Let's not delete this because we'll need it. So can we do selected? So if it's in progress already, then we return maybe, and if it's existent, then we can do the actual thing. Yeah, and in that case we can do the preparation for movements anyway, I think. No, it's not even necessary. Yeah, we just have the DFC at that point. Where is it? Div forests. No, we still need to prepare for movement. Shoot. No, that's not true, is it? Wait a second. So we have a directory forest cursor. No, we still need to prepare for movement. Okay, that's fine. And the reason why we need to is because otherwise we need to put the partiality in multiple places, and I don't want to do that. So now, forest cursor, insert tree cursor. I thought we had a function for this. Yeah, here, insert and select tree, that's what we want. So now I want to, this is not a DFC but an FC. So forest cursor map forest cursor, existent, FC, and then also just in front of here. Now we should get an error, or maybe not even error, just it will compile but not do what we want. Is that right? Yeah, okay, so this is going to be incorrect but compiling, and now this is where we do the insertion. and the A to B is f map f. And then here, this is where you put the tree cursor. What did I do now? It's not a dot, but a dollar. I think I did the map the wrong way around, is that right? No, it should be right. Insert and select tree cursor. It's, yeah, the A to B is the F, that's correct. This is, the actual type here is correct. So then the first cursor, insert and select tree cursor, is probably the one that is wrong. So you want an A to B, where the A is, yeah, that should be right. Tree cursor, that should be right as well. So we can already give this a type annotation. Tree cursor, file or directory cursor, A. Like that. Should be, this should get us some better type errors. Aha! So here's the issue. Our tree cursor is a problem. Why does it want us to use? Yeah, that makes sense. Why wouldn't that work? So this map forest cursor should turn it back into what we want, and it does. Yeah. So forest cursor, let's say, call this A and call that B. So why doesn't this type match? Maybe because my fmap f is wrong, and my fmap f should be file order cursor A to file order cursor B. Is that the type error? Couldn't match B2 with B. That's strange because I used scope type variables already. Didn't I? Nope. Now the fmap is going to be... No, the fmap is right. I'm doing something silly wrong, aren't I? So this is the type that I want. That's correct. This is also the type that I want. That's correct. But then somehow this doesn't do what I want. A to B. Oh, it's not just fmap f because it needs to turn that back into, so the unselected one needs to turn it into a file or directory. And now the only problem is going to be exactly, yeah, sure. And now we do rebuild file or dir cursor. Sorry, not rebuild, but make. No, was it rebuild anyway? Was it this way? Nope, that doesn't make sense. I think we want to do the insertion first. Yeah, we want to do the insertion first and then the mapping. Is that right? Now we have this again. We can't do the insertion before we do the mapping, but we have to have the right type. How do we do that? I think we're gonna have to introduce partiality anyway. And then use from just here. And this from just will be safe because we just used map existent. Yeah, so now that the test passed, but something is strange. The F here is not used. Why is that? Well, that would be good because then we're getting rid of this one. The F is still needed there, so we can leave it. Is the F needed anywhere else here? No, so I think we can get rid of it here. So the movement Fs don't need the F anymore. That's annoying. If only I had looked at the warnings earlier, then I could have prevented this. Luckily I don't have to remove them here anywhere, because they're still used on the right side. But here we can remove it. Okay, now we need to remove a bunch of ids again, don't we? There. There. Okay. Am I doing this in a silly way? So it works, right? But now it seems to me that this F shouldn't be necessary here. Well, let's leave it at that and try to implement this, then we should finally see some visual feedback. Where do we do that? In the demo application. Let's call it N. And this one is just a maybe, so let's do NM. The first cursor start new. Okay, now if I do N, we can start typing here. Except, I mean, there is a text cursor there, but now we can't start typing yet. And if we try to move, then it gets undone. Perfect. That's what we want. Now, the next thing we need to do is be able to insert text there. So, let's commit this. Ability to insert an in progress file or directory. Okay, and start the tests again. Good, now we need to be able to insert text. Where do we do that? if we go to file or dir, the file or dir cursor, I think we do need to make some sort of distinction based on what the currently selected element is with respect to what we want to do. So for all of the movement ones, we don't really care. No, that's not true at all. In fact, we might care for all of them, don't we? Yeah, sure. So here we want to make a distinction. Selected, yeah, this one. So we want to do, before we match on the event types, we do case, the selected one, directory forest cursor. We need to get it out some. It's the, yeah, case state cursor of, if it's nothing, then the only thing we want to be able to do is insert this thing. If it's just a directory forest cursor, so that means it's non-empty, then we want to case match on the selected element. And if we look at the selected element and it is an existent one, then we move around. We can move around and insert a new one as well. And if it's a in progress one, then we don't actually want to be able to move around. Does this compile? Yeah, we need to microlens. Okay, so this compiles, and now as soon as we're in this, well actually we don't want to start that yet. If we're in there, delete current, yeah, so if we're in there and we do escape, then we just delete current. Let's do that. Ev key esc, and when you delete the current, like in progress one, that just means abort, I guess. So that's do m this thing, and that just to make sure that we can get out of it as well. No, it's not do m, it's do p. Why is it? Oh yeah, don't do that in the home directory, because it's not lazy. It loads the entire directory at first. So now if I do n, I cannot type here yet, but if I now do escape, whoops, that's not what we want to do. Huh. So the delete current one is actually wrong. It's good that we noticed this. So delete current is wrong because it's not only going to delete the in progress one, but it's also going to delete the one above that. So the real mistake here is the join, which also means we don't need the upgrade to cursor. So we don't, it's not even a movement, so we need to make this distinction, I think. Yeah, so let's, instead of that, do a case of the movement. If it's deleted on the first level, that means that preparing has made it empty, which is what we want. So then we have updated, no, then we have deleted. Preparing has made it empty. and if preparing it has made it empty, then we've actually deleted the in progress one. And if preparing it didn't make it empty, but it then became deleted, then I think we just want to do nothing. And if the we don't actually have a implementation of delete here. Do do p this one. If update if the preparing for movement did not empty it, then we can't tell if something got deleted. Ah, shoot. It's not that easy. We're gonna have to implement this ourselves. So I think this is gonna be just dir forest cursor L, like so. I hope at least. And it's with a dollar, not this Lenzy thing. And then without that as well. Is that wrong? Is it with the Lenzy thing anyway? No? That doesn't make sense. Let's have a look at the docs. So the idea here is that I'm just going to ignore what's in the current element and just use the kind of regular forest deletion. Forest cursor delete. Delete subtree. This is still what I wanted, right? Yeah? So what am I doing wrong here? Oh, I need to turn it. I need to make a directory forest cursor. Yep. That's it, isn't it? Maybe not. It's not make dir forest cursor, it's dir or file cursor. And it's not dir or file, but file or dir cursor. There we go. Now let's try that again. If I do a delete here, it just deletes the file. If I start a new one and I then do a delete, or an escape, sorry. Yeah, okay, so that's the functionality we wanted. Okay, so we have a little refactor so that we can now have a different type of action inside there. And now what we wanted to do is change the text cursor inside. So I think what we can do is file or dir. Insert characters into here. Yeah, so let's say file or dir cursor insert character to file or dir cursor A, maybe file or dir cursor A. And why does it fail? Because it should fail if there is an existent file already. So that should be case existent nothing, case in progress tc text cursor insert ctc, and with a just and in progress around it. Actually, text cursor insert already fails. So inserting a character must be able to fail because there are characters that are not valid in a text, like UTF-16 surrogate code point characters. So I think if I just do in progress like so, that'll do what we want. Yep. And then we don't only want to insert but also append, just in case people want to make applications with right to left text. Okay, and now make sure we have some test for that. So just to make sure that you know what I'm doing here, insert means that you want to put a character before where you're typing, which is the way we normally type, and append means you want to put a character after where you're typing, which is what you need in right to left text. You might be wondering why I'm supporting this use case. It's really just because it's symmetrical. There we go, should pass tests now. Super. And now we want the same function for the directory forest cursor. Excuse me. Dir forest cursor insert and dir forest cursor append there. Let's already write the types for the test for that. And we'll have to add them to the simple module as well, but that's something for later. We'll get, so the reason why I'm writing the test now is so that I don't forget to do that part. And also just because it needs to be tested. Produces valid results. And if you didn't know, this produces valids and valids too is for functions with 2 arguments. Okay, so it's correctly not found. And now we write functions dir forest cursor insert. And also append. And I think the way we can do it is just say dir forest cursor selected L file or dir cursor insert. And this should just work. Yeah, that was naive, wasn't it? So we need the character that we want to insert, of course. There we go. This is a bug with GHC. See, the problem is this function is not found, but I get an error about the type application failing instead of error about the functional being found. And I'm going to prove that this is the case. It's already been fixed in newer GHCs, by the way. I'm going to prove that this is the case by adding it here. Actually, we can use the exact same one, right? So just DFC that. Unknown type variable. Why is that? Yes, because there are 2 type variables. Voila, now it seems to work. Good. So we have insertion of characters, that is. So let's put it into the demo. And the way you do that is, if you get a key that is a character, then without any modifiers, then we're gonna dir forest cursor insert that character. Good, and now I can do n and then hello world. Okay, so it doesn't look nice, but that works. And as you can see, I can't use backspace, I can't use left and right because we haven't been able to move around in them. So that's the next thing we're going to be adding. Inserting characters into an in-progress file or thing. Okay, so the next one is going to be moving around in this directory forest cursor, but first I need to take a bio break, so I will be right back. And we're back. So it looks like there are about 7 people watching right now. If you're here, say hi in chat. If you have any questions so far, let me know, because you might have jumped in after I started. Is that I3? No, it's 6 monad. Who the hell is Proctor? Any other questions? You have I3. Yeah, I hear it a lot from people, but I prefer to be able to configure in Haskell. Alright, let's continue with some deletions and removals. Alright, let's do some deletions and removals. STF, file or dir cursor, delete, no, remove, yeah, delete. So the difference between delete and remove is just my own wording for it. Delete removes forward and remove removes backwards. So I want to be able to say k bs, that's backspace, remove, and k del will be delete. And that will be a delete or update change, so it's going to be to p. But I mean, it doesn't exist yet. So file order cursor, remove. It's going to be a bit more complex because it's going to be a maybe, because you can't remove a character from an existent file or directory, but it's also a delete or update because you might have an empty text cursor that you delete from, in which case the entire text cursor should be deleted. let's have a look at that. So there's cursor text, text cursor, remove. Yeah, so maybe delete or update. Why is it maybe? Because it can fail when there's nothing to remove, but the text cursor is also not empty. So this is actually very handy. In the case of an existent file or directory, do nothing. If it's in progress, then we can say in progress fmap text cursor remove, but this is going to fail because these are two functions on top of each other, but luckily there is a helper function for this. Which was it? Or do I just use fmap? I guess fmap works. Yeah. Alright, then we just do that, and then copy paste that, and replace remove by delete. Super. So I'm starting to think maybe we should have some sort of special helper function for this case matching. I'll think about it. Okay, we need some tests for this. They have one argument. And it's not just remove, but it's remove character. And actually, I'm just gonna make this extra obvious for the other cases as well. Okay, next up is the deer forest cursor. So we make sure this is updated as well. Because otherwise it might look like you're inserting something other than characters, like for example a file. And those two doesn't exist yet, of course. So, copy this. And now we have the problem that we're dealing with lenses and this composed functors, so that's why we have this. And then also the delete. Super. Now the simple version needs to be updated. And we need some tests for that as well. And this is only one argument. We're almost there. What's going wrong here? Ah, yes. This is the GHC bug again. Cool. Now let's add it to the demo. It's not actually do but it's maybe delete or update, which is different than delete or update maybe. in type, not in practice. So either it's nothing, in which case it's failed, which means it needs to be the old one, or it's just and deleted, which means it needs to be deleted, and just and updated, which means it needs to be the new one. Cool, so now I do N and I can start typing, and I can press backspace to delete something. Delete would also work, but I can't go left and right yet. So next thing we're going to implement is moving left and right. What's the naming for this again? Select previous car. Okay, so that's the next one we're gonna make. Yeah, let's do the types first. Not the types, the test, sorry. Select previous character. And then previous next. Yep. And then the file or dir cursor as well. Yep. Now the actual implementation. To select the previous one, we use this one. But that can't delete. And then the next one as well. Cool. Now do the same thing here. And this can fail, by the way, because you could be already at the left and then try to go left. And this is, it's a movement, but it's a movement within the current one, so I think the way you can do that is just file or dir cursor select previous character. Like so, and then also previous next. This is correct? Yep. And then we need to add it to the simple one. Super. And now we can add it to the demo. This is going so much quicker than the refactor that we were doing earlier. Select previous character, next character. But this is not do M, but it's a do MM. And now I can do N, hello world. Go to the left, and then delete, backspace. Okay, cool. Now the only thing we still need is to do the completion. Not sure how yet, but so movement in the text cursor. And I also don't think we want to support renames at the moment. That would make things a bit more complex. So, for completion, we want to be able to say we're in progress, but now we're done, and we can construct the file or the directory in an empty way. So we need 2 more functions with this possibility. Any questions so far? We're coming up on 3 hours and we're actually almost there. So I think the things we want to create are directory forest cursor complete directory. So this can fail and it can fail for multiple reasons. First of all, it can fail because it may not be the currently selected thing may not be in progress, and the other reason it can fail is because it may not be a valid directory. So it not only does it need to be a valid directory, but it needs to be a valid directory without any subdirectories, I think, at least for the start. So, because otherwise you need to nest them underneath, and that's going to be complex. But maybe we will be able to do it. We'll see. Okay, so that's this one. Complete directory. Okay, so now we have the currently selected element. That's this one. So DFC, no, not DFC, it's a file or directory cursor. And here, so we have 2 functions, complete text cursor to file and complete text cursor to directory. So now I want to say file or dir cursor complete to dir, and this should be such a thing. If it's already existent, then it fails. If it's in progress, then complete it to a directory. So for now, let's just do one level at a time. So complete to directory. If that fails, then the whole thing fails. If it succeeds, that means we have a relative directory that we could be putting in here. So then we can say this goes from in progress to existent with a relative directory. Oh, and it succeeds. No, it doesn't succeed as is. We need to make sure that there is no parent. So if is top level RD, then it succeeds, else it fails. Otherwise we are going to invalidate the validity constraints. So I think the way we can do that here is just use that. Now let's change it. Add a test for this. Oh. test wrong test file. This is the one. Oops. We're so close now. Okay, we're almost there. Complete to directory. Why wouldn't that work now? Complete to dir. It's not complete to dir. Almost. There we go. Nope, still not. Because it needs two type applications. Huzzah. I will see if it breaks any validity constraints. So just so you know, if I had just done this, I think it should break the validity constraints if there is a slash being generated in the file paths. Nope. Let's do QC max success is 1000 and QC max size is 1000. So this should be failing. Why isn't it? Maybe the things that are being generated are just very unlikely to have a slash in them. Well, no matter, we know it. So we can complete a directory, and we also want to be able to complete a file. But completing a file is different because it takes an argument. And indeed it must, because there can be something associated with a file. And that thing associated will be an A in this case. I'm going to use the to prefix anyway. Makes more sense to me. Okay, now we only need to implement it. So when completing to a file, complete to file here, and then it's called file, but we also need the argument A, which we get from a formal argument, like so. Now we're so close. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's put it in the demo. Let's quickly run the tests as well. Cool. So I think I'm just going to use enter for complete to file and shift enter for completing to a directory. And we'll give it 0 because the N64 here, that's just file sizes. Complete to file 0. That way. Okay, so now I should be able to say N for new file, and then enter. Bam! There's my file. And then N for new directory, and then shift enter. No, shift enter didn't work. Made a mistake somewhere. And it is not this to me. Oh, I think I know where it is. Yep. Nope. Did I do the shift wrong? That's strange. So if I do shift enter, it doesn't complete the directory. That's strange. Complete to file, complete to file. Yeah, this should work. Maybe the shift thing is broken. Let's try Alt. Yeah, that works. So why didn't shift work? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, it doesn't matter. So now it works. So now we can create new files. That's beautiful. And yeah, let's try that. So completing to a file or a directory. So the only thing we can't do now is renames, which is fine for now. Yep. Let's remove these and see if it still builds with the old version of cursor. Because we didn't actually need the modal instance, so it might actually just build correctly. Yep, looks like it does. And then clean it and build it with pedantic. This will get rid of all the extraneous imports, which we need because otherwise my Nix build will fail on purpose. So, for anyone who joined recently and has no idea what I'm doing, just let me know in the chat and I'll see if I can explain it. I have a bit of time now because it's building, so go ahead. Let me just check if the... Okay, so I should have gotten a bunch of emails about CI failing. And indeed I did. That's nice. Yep, CI has been failing, so now it should start passing again. Oh, it already didn't. Could not resolve nixels.org. No, it should work. Rerun it. Sheesh. Something is wrong with installing Nix. So you have the cachex action, but there should be the install Nix action. Where is it? Maybe I just need to update the CI. It's V10 by now, so let's see if I can just update that and see if it starts working then. So the next step will be to integrate this in Smos. The way we do that is something is really going wrong here. Nix env not found. Let's try one more time. At least. Oh, I didn't push it. Okay, so to integrate this in Smos, we're gonna need to, not the demo, like, we're gonna need to try it out before we just update the commit, because we might have to change a few things. So cursor there first, here, this one, we're gonna comment it out and just use the local path, and then do, wow, it failed again. Something is really wrong. Could not resolve host Nixos. Guess there's an issue here. GitHub status. Everything seems to be normal. I'm having a look on Twitter about the GitHub status. They didn't post anything, so maybe there isn't an outage, but this is really weird. Okay, let's leave that for now and just continue with this work. Place we're gonna have to integrate this is in the Smos cursor. So there are a whole bunch of cursors specifically for Smos. One is the file browser cursor, which has this directory forest cursor. It also knows where it's looking and it has some undo information. So now whenever we make a change, like creating a file or so, we want to be able to undo that. So that's where this comes in. Now the fun part is that we have to re-implement all the things we had there in the dir forest cursor again. But first, looks like we have to fix some refactoring issues. Yes, that's right. Can we do stack build alloc, stack build file watch alloc, so that we can open the documentation of the thing we just built? So the rebuilding can now not only it cannot fail, but it can give a deleted version. Yeah, so is that right? Oh yeah, so in the cursor, so it can delete it, but it cannot fail. It shouldn't, no, it must not be able to fail. So here, dull delete is what we need to use. So that turns a deleted into a maybe. Sorry, a delete or update into a maybe, so it turns a deleted into a nothing. And if it's nothing, then we also just return the empty directory first when rebuilding the cursor. That makes sense to me. I'm telling you, this project right here has taught me so much about maybes and functors and all the different kind of functors that you have to deal with. Okay, so we have to make a few adjustments for this refactor. So do maybe is just for the maybe. That's fine by me. And this, so this maybe indicates failure, and this maybe indicates empty. So I wish I had made a type specially for updates so that I could figure out the difference between failure and updates, but failure and non-existent things. But in this case, it's way too late to do that now. So so instead of do maybe, we also want to have do delete or update. And in that case, if we would have, oops, if we have a deleted, then we want a nothing. If we have an updated, then we definitely want a just. Is that right? And the reason why we have this helper function, by the way, is just so that we can deal with the undo stack correctly. It looks like this is what we want to do. Yeah. Now we have some other things to deal with. Line 68. The regular DFC. Oh wait, it's not that easy. If there is nothing at the moment, so if there is nothing in the file browser, in the directory, then nothing changed. That's fine, and also no history is updated. And if there is a thing to update, then we try it. If it is successful, then we delete the entire thing. I think that makes sense. Aha, okay, so in that case, yeah, so we need to let dfc prime equals this. I think that's the way to do it then. This needs to be func instead. We're getting closer. Next up. So delete or update always succeeds, that makes sense to me. Okay, and then we want to have a special extra one of this where it's not delete or update, or even maybe, but delete or update maybe. And we'll regard this as a special version of the delete or update. Where failure is just updating to the same thing. Nope, that's also wrong, because then you record history for something that didn't happen. So we need to have a special case for this. Oops. So if there is a file browser cursor, if there isn't, then don't do anything. We can just then we always succeed. And if there is one, then maybe we fail. So then we have to case on the function of dfc. If it is deleted, that means we delete it. In that case, it becomes nothing. And in the case where it is updated, but it failed, we just want to do nothing. In the case where it failed, we just want to make sure that nothing actually happens. And in the case where it succeeded, that's where we want to do the update, including the history change. Yep, I think that's the way it has to happen. So who's still watching? Say hi in chat. I'm going to make a helper function to do this updating a bit nicer. So essentially I just want to do this part. Like so. And then I can say record this history, dfc prime, fbc. and here as well. I'm gonna move these around so the arguments are gonna match up a bit nicer. Doesn't matter there, but it matters here. Yep, so now I can say, in this case we always record the movement history of this thing, and then we don't need the extra variable name, that's quite nice. Boom. I think that's the way we want it. Do update or delete maybe. Is that wrong? So let's have a look at the docs now. Data forest cursor, select next. This one, so it's delete or update maybe, that's what we expect. Yeah, so what's going wrong? Hey? Select next, delete or update maybe. That's correct. This is correct as well. Oh yeah, of course. There we go. What else is wrong? So file browser selected, so we look at the selected one, but instead of getting a file or dir, we get a file or dir cursor. Nice. And then we have some issues. So remove empty directory, that's only going to be applicable if it's not in progress. So we make that check. Here, archive file, same situation, so in progress that is not applicable here. Like so. And now we're getting to the point where the tests need to be updated as well. Good. So, I'm going to take a quick bio break and I'll be right back with the rest of this refactor. And we're back. So, who's still watching? What are we... Is anyone confused about what is happening? Alright, let's just continue then. We should be able to finish this within the last hour. So this is the 4th hour we're about to do now. What's going on here? Go down. DFC, where is DFC from? Oof, this is a while since I wrote this. So, what is the test here? Archive tests is in given relative file path, relative directory. This is maybe. Did I say nothing here? Which type is this supposed to be? I think that's the type I'm looking for. I'm not sure it is. So in that case, I think I'm a bit confused here because DFC looks like it should be a value, but this looks like it should be a function. So make a directory forest cursor out of a singleton file. Okay. Then open it recursively. Not sure why that makes sense because there's no point in... Oh! Saw these wrongs. Okay, so then we can go down like this, I think. Yeah, that works. Do the tests still pass? Looks like it. File browser. So we're going to be updating the file browser cursor to do all of the adding and the deletion of things. So okay. First thing we need is the new. Where was it? Start new. Actually, let's have a look at the simple one instead. Okay, so start new is just a do maybe. Okay, nice. and then insert character is just a maybe as well. That's nice. And I think we can just do the append as well. Yeah, and then remove and delete. Remove will be do delete or update maybe. Does that compile? Not yet. Oh no, it's not delete or update. Maybe it's maybe delete or update. It's actually different, and we still have to write it. Okay, so I saw that there are some new people joining the chat. If you have any questions about what we're doing, or if you need any help understanding what's up, let me know and see if I can explain it. So in the case of do maybe delete or update. Huh? Do we already have this? Oh no, okay. Maybe delete or update. So now if nothing means it failed, that's fine. Just means it succeeded. If it succeeded in being deleted, that means it should be deleted. If it succeeded in being updated, that means it should be updated. I think that's the way it works. I have an extra parenthesis somewhere. Okay. Okay, so removing and deleting is there. What else? The complete. Oh, and left and right as well. So completing to a directory is this one. Actually, let's do those later because those are the difficult ones. Because then we have to do actually some file system interaction. So select previous character, and selecting the previous character is just a maybe. And we also want to do the next character. So far, so good. So now that we've got those, let's try them out. In the oh, actually no, let's first write the test for them. Just move to the side. And we definitely need those tests because there may be additional validity constraints on the file browser. No. Start new. You might want to rename these ones. I'll mark it to do rename this to select next file or div. So start new is one of them. Insert character is another. Insert and append, and then remove is the other one. Remove character. Ooh, wow, file name too long. I'm not sure what to do about that because sometimes these really long file names are being generated for the random tests. And there is apparently some limit on how long files are allowed to be. Or file names are allowed to be, but I don't know what it is, and it's probably not the same on every file system, so I can't build it into the type either. It's a bit annoying. Okay, I think that's all of them. Okay, new file browser. Chiroptical, that's Barry, right? Hey Sid, do you have any streaming schedule or mostly announced on Twitter? I really only announce it on Twitter because life gets in the way of doing this every week, and this week it just happened to work out very nicely. So I guess there isn't really a schedule. Do I have a schedule listed on Twitch? Because then I should probably delete it. I don't think so. I'm starting a list of declarative programmers on Twitch. I think there was a list of that already, no? I mean, a list of streamers, that is. It isn't maintained. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, people jump on and off every once in a while. Okay, so let's hook these up to actual actions in Smos. So then we need to do stf Smos. So the way Smos lets you define the way actions work is you get to there are these data structures called actions that define what's going to happen, and they show, you need these, or I need this rather, because they need to show up in the help text here so that Smos can be self-documenting. So what we're going to do now is add some more of these actions. So the ones we need are actually, let's get this building first. 101. So this is not a fault file, but it is a existence. How are you doing, Barry? I haven't seen you in a while. I'm not sure if I told you either, but I scrapped the whole PureScript idea. Not because there was anything wrong with PureScript, but just because the use case I have in mind is going to make it way too much effort to actually implement what I wanted. So instead, I'm now making this. So this is the web server, and this is a staging deployment of it. It doesn't look good, but don't mind that. This is what's possible now. You can use Smos from the terminal in your browser. So here you have Smos in the browser. I saw this on Twitter, looked super cool. Thank you. How are things with me? Yeah, my life is a bit different right now with the whole situation, of course, but I've been focusing on training because my dancing hobby had disappeared in the crisis, in the lockdown, and I've only been, essentially I've been working and going to the gym, and that has been it because the gyms are open again. So I was training with these gymnastics rings while the lockdown was happening and the gyms were closed, and then I started going back to the gym, so I started focusing on that. So work and gym, and then this week on Wednesday, suddenly I got a whole bunch of little things wrong with my body that made me realize that my body was telling me to stop. So now I'm taking time off until tomorrow. From tomorrow I'm gonna start training well again. So I had a shin splint and I ripped open my hand during pull-ups, and then I had an eye infection and I had a little wound on my arm because I burnt myself, and it's just all of these little things came together and I needed some extra rest. And that's actually why I'm doing this today, because I got today freed up because of the rest I'm taking. And so I thought I'll do another stream and see if I can implement a feature that I've been looking at that's going to take at least 3 hours to build. Turns out it's probably going to be 4 or even more. This is strange. Let's have a look at the documentation again. Didn't I have it open somewhere? Thought I did. So how long have you been watching the stream? Do you need me to update you on something? Huh. Just a few minutes, so you can usually follow what code you're writing. The bigger picture sometimes escapes me, but that's okay. Yeah, you're always welcome to ask questions, of course. So what I'm doing now is refactoring Smos to work again with the updated directory forest cursor that we've made today. And once that works, I'm going to write the actions to modify the directory forest cursor in the way that we've defined today. And then I should be able to create files from within Smos in the file browser cursor. I think that's the way we want it. Now I get it. Yeah, this actually makes sense. So let's copy this and then undo everything and then paste again. I want to do it differently, I think. So instead of cell, we want to do go fault cursor, and then when there's an existent one, we can make this distinction, and otherwise, yeah, I think that's how we're going to do it. So we do this cell of maybe selected, then row fault selected, unselected, and if it's in progress, then we can pass in the selection directly. Does that work? Actually, we can just reuse this S. Okay, so so far this works. Yeah, that seems to work fine. Okay, got Smos to compile again. Super. And now run it like this. Now we have to create the actions. So the actions are going to be in browser. So the ones we want are browser start new. Let's start with that one, and then you'll see what it looks like. So if you look at select previous, we want to create an action like this. So browser start new. And then we use these utility functions from the actions module. There's modify file browser. Here, there are all these helper functions. And the one we want is going to depend on which file browser function we're going to be using, but the ones that we're implementing at the moment are all pure, so that makes things easy. Here. So we want the maybe one. Actually, all of the ones we're going to implement right now are maybe ones. So that's this one. Yep. And then start new. Start. And then we have to describe this as well. Start a new file or directory in the file browser. Okay, so then we have this action. What's going wrong now? Let's fix this. Okay, so that's the first action we want. Which other actions do we want? So the start new, and then we want to be able to insert characters. But those are different kinds of actions actually. So here is the one, browser insert character. Those are actually different kinds of actions because they still need to be documented, but they actually use a character. So they get a different kind of action. Actually, we don't need this whole export list. That's just gonna make me burn cycles for no reason. So an action using is different. Browser insert character is an action using a character. Brow insert character. Action using func. This is the weird one. That's where you get a character and then we use it to put it in there. Insert a character into the new file or directory being created in the file browser. something like that. Yep, and now we copy this and replace things by append. Super. Next up are deleting and removing. I'm going to copy paste from this one instead. Remove a character from the new file or directory being created in the file browser. Okay, and this one is going to be delete, not remove. And then we replace delete by remove. It's file browser cursor. We need to add that here. Browser remove character, browser delete character. And the reason why these are here is so that we can run automated tests using the names of these actions. And if I forget any of these, then another test will fail, so don't worry about that. Next up is selecting the next and the previous characters. So we may want to name this to browser select previous file or directory. Maybe. Let's think about it later. Select next character. Select next character. Okay, and then we copy paste that by replacing next to previous. Browser select previous character and next character. Okay, so those are all the ones we have right now. And now we can start binding them to keys. So you can really see that the things you can do and the keys that you bind them are completely independent in Smos, which means you can rebind them yourself. And this is the config file that you could be writing yourself, but this is the default one, which is just a value in Haskell, which is something I really appreciate. Now, I think we're going to have to make a distinction here somewhere. Here, that's the problem. Well, that's the current situation. So the file browser key map is a single key mapping, and actually I think we want two. One key mapping for what to do when you're in the file browser but not creating a new file, and one for what to do when you're in the file browser when creating a new file. So I'm going to commit this already. New actions for the file browser, because now we're going to do a bit of a refactor, namely key map. Here you see the key map. This is the complete key map, and there is the browser key map that we're now going to replace by browser key map. Here, data browser key map. So first we're going to just wrap it in a constructor, and then we're going to continue with whatever we needed, which is to split it. Browser key map. Existent key map. Key mappings. We want generic, and then see what breaks. So we don't need this at the moment, we don't need that at the moment. This one also not yet. Okay. Browser key map actions. What we want here. So that's a file. That's a function we'll need to create, and it is going to be a function from the browser key map to any action. What are these used for? I think what they're used for is to list all the default key bindings in the documentation automatically. Voila. And I do it in this convoluted concat map way because we're going to add something to the list in a moment. Okay, so switch to help cursor. So in the help cursor, we only want to show the actions that you can take in the current context that are applicable. So in the current context. And in this case, that means we have to case match on which thing is selected at the moment. See how that works. So Smos cursor, I think in the file browser cursor there must be something selected. Yep, exactly. So now we can case match on that. So in the case FBC, if there is nothing, that means it's an empty one, which means we'll need a third entry in the key mapping data structure actually. If there is one and it is in progress, then we also need the second one for that. And if there is one and that is existent, then we're gonna say browser key map browser key map existent key map. I think that's what we want to do. And then we need to import cursor.file or TIFF again. Actually, I may want to just export that. Let's do that real quick. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now we need a semi-group instance. Why? I don't remember why, but that's important, so let's make one. So instance semi-group. I know that I'm using this, so otherwise I wouldn't have the instance. I find it important not to write any instances that you're not going to use because it lengthens your compile time and also it's more work. And usually you just don't use them. So I see that there are some new people watching, or some new people in the chat since a few minutes ago. So if you have any questions about what we're doing, let us know, and then I can answer them. Okay, this module is refactored well. This one is next. Back to browser. Aha, so now we need separate data types. Browser key configs. And this is just a data type that represents what we find in the config file. Stan LPHD. Completely new. So have you got any idea what Smos is? No idea what Smos is. Okay, so then we're going to take a little bit of a detour to explain what Smos is. Yeah, you could Google, but let me just walk you through it real quick. If you want to know about Smos, you go to smos.csc.eu, or recently you can go to docs.smos.online. There you go. So Smos is essentially Emacs org mode without the Emacs, and if you don't know what org mode is, it's something like if Todoist was written by the people who wrote Vim. So it's a self-management system that you can access from the browser, from the terminal. So it looks like this. And currently I'm adding a little piece of functionality such that from this file browser overview I can add files. So if you want to know more, have a look at the website, and if you click on featured blog posts and you click on introduction, then it will teach you how to use this if you want to try it out. And there are even some nice GIFs in case you're curious. So let's continue here. The next thing that I need to update is the activation mechanism. So whenever a new character comes in, I need to figure out based on that character whether any actions need to be activated or not. And this requires me to figure out which key mappings are of order. Stan says, I love it already, I'm using Vim, so I'll definitely try it out. Yeah, please do. And if you're using NixOS, you'll love it even more because we've got some extra nice integrations. So here I want to do the same case matching based on that. So case editor cursor browser. If there's nothing, then there are some matches that we want to do there, but I haven't implemented them yet. If there is one, then we want a case match on the selected item. Oh, and I just realized we don't even want 3, we want 4 of those different key maps, because one of them could be for any of the states. If it's an existent one, so selected means, oh, so this could be nothing as well, which means the nothing selected means it's empty. Wait a second. Oh, wait a second, this goes even further. So this means there's nothing at all. This one is undefined. Just a file browser cursor selection could be in progress, in which case it should be undefined, or it could be an existent one, in which case what we want to do is exactly this. Stan, do you have any experience with Haskell? Where are you from, by the way? It sounds like it would be Belgium or the Netherlands. By the way, if you don't know this undefined trick right here, Barry, you might want to know this. It's a trick that It changes nothing to your runtime. It will be compiled away at compile time. But what it does is every time you add a constructor or you remove a constructor in the browser key map, it forces you to reconsider this code, which is exactly what I want in this case. Yep, I agree, it's very clever. I forgot what this piece of code is for, but it turns the key map back into a config file. Stan is from Germany. I just finished high school and was still studying computer science this year. I'm fortunate enough to work with Haskell professionally for almost a year now, but just part-time while doing schoolwork and stuff. Where do you work then? There aren't a lot of Haskell shops. Barry asked you, are you asking me if I'm doing a PhD? Because Stan just said he was finishing high school. Oh, right, because it says PhD at the end. See what you mean. Okay, now I need the instances again. I work with a consultancy and our client is JustPay. You know, the name is really old and a bad pun, although I'm very interested in type theory and logic. Oh, I've worked with JustPay as well. That's cool. Bindings for when an existing file is selected. Hey? What am I missing here? Mismatched brackets. I don't see the mismatched brackets at all. Oh. There we go. Barry, have you seen this before? The YAML parse applicative thing. It's beautiful. It's a self-describing YAML parser or JSON parser, and the way I use it, it gives you automated reference documentation for a given parser. So this is entirely generated, all the documentation is automatically up to date. You can also see it in tray help. It tells you the format of the configuration file and it's colored. Strange. Although if I try to make this Haskell overlay thing more public, I mean, oh, is that the Twitch overlay you were talking about? I heard about this. Yep, the goal may be to create a better stream manager for folks who can't use Streamlabs OBS. Oh, that would be nice. I think I cannot use Streamlabs OBS because I'm using Linux. Is that right? Correct, yeah. Opt-parse types. It should be pretty easy to get the basic stuff working. Famous last words. Okay, we're almost there. What else? Okay, so now we can actually start implementing some of the mapping. Oh no, not yet. This needs to be browser key mappings and then browser key mappings, browser existent matchers. I think that's the way we want to do it. Is that the right name? I keep forgetting these names. browser key map existent matchers. Oh, screw it, I'm just going to copy paste this. Why is this not? Uh-huh. Okay, so now we've got the key map refactor halfway done. Good. Now the next thing is we want some more of these matchers here, so not just the existing matchers, but also the in progress matchers. Here also I want to do the undefined trick. And we want 4 different types of matchers here: existent, in progress, empty, and any. So empty will match if the directory is empty. In progress will match if we're creating a new file. Existent will match if there is a file, and any will match at any time. Where is it now? Here it is. So 4 of them. This one, that one, and oops. This one again. Okay. Here I also want to do that. This undefined trick, it's at your own discretion how eager you want to be with that, but I prefer on the side of not forgetting. I prefer to be on the side of working more to not forget as much. So everywhere where I'm using, where I'm either creating a browser key map from scratch or transforming one or using one using record wildcards, I should use this trick. Okay, and then here as well. Oh. Binds no variables. Why? How is that different from the other places that I'm doing this? Am I not using this trick anywhere else? Okay, then I'm just gonna do options, QC, no warn, unused pattern lines. Okay, now the other one is going to be here. So exactly, I got a type error because I put this undefined trick here. That's exactly what I wanted. So now we're going to put 3 more. And now we have existent, in progress, empty, and Annie. And I want to do the trick here as well. Okay, and here I don't need the trick because the applicative application will figure this out for me. So existent in progress for when the directory being browsed is empty, and then any keybindings for any of the other file browser situations. So I'm trying to put as much of the documentation in code, and that's what's happening here. Okay, what else? Okay, so this compiles. And now we need to go and fix all the other undefineds, but I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. And we're back. I just noticed that I haven't updated this correctly. So the next thing we're up to is implement the add-in compile functionality, and I want to make sure that we make an ASCII cast of the new functionality for documentation. And we're now doing this one. Oh, so stand, this is what Smos looks like in practice when you use it. Okay, next up is getting rid of the undefines. We added undefines in two places that we now don't need them anymore. Oh, this is the types one. Okay, so there's nothing. In the case of nothing, we want with help bindings file browser empty directory. And if it's in progress, then we do file browser browser keymap in progress mattress. And now I want to make sure that for any of these also the bindings are added for the others. So we can have a look at the way this is done here. Browser keymap any mattress. Ta-da! Oh, maybe not. I guess I'll make this tuples, that's fine. Stan, if you ever try out Smos and you have some questions, you're always welcome to send me emails. I'd be happy to help. Okay, and now we have an undefined in one more place, and that's in the activation module. Okie-doke. Right there. So, so we will have specific matchers, and those are these. And we add on to that browser any's, and that's browser keymap any matchers. We want to add on to that it's any matcher, not a specific matcher. The reason why we have to do this is because some of the any matchers have the same activation schedule as a specific matchers, and then the specific matcher needs to happen first. Happen instead, I mean. And we want to put the any's at the front, like so. That doesn't compile. Okay, and now we have to fill these in. Aha, I missed the C. Browser keymap in progress matchers. Browser keymap empty matchers. Alright, so now we can start filling in the default actions. So we now have these new actions right here. Where are they? I'll just watch them from here. So these, as well as the action using ones. Where are the browser ones? Okay, so in the existent matchers case, we want to be able to write, let's say, n. N to say browser start new. Actually, let's do it both E and N. E because it's the code for the binding for adding a new entry in the normal thing, and it's going to make more sense to users. So both should be fine for now. And then, which other ones? So we have the existent matchers and also the in progress the empty matchers and the any matchers. And in the any matchers, that's where we're gonna move the ones that have to do with exiting the browser. And also the undo and the redo. And starting a new one should also be an option in empty. Yeah, I think that's all of them for now. And then for the in progress watchers, that's where we want to have the any character remove, any character delete, no, not remove, insert, append, no, not append, exact key backspace should be remove, delete should be delete. And then left and right should be previous character and next character. I think we're almost ready to try this. Alright, so let's try it out. So now if I run Smos, and oh, actually, I'm gonna do that in the demo. Otherwise, I'm gonna run into trouble in a moment. This is gonna have to build everything, isn't it? Okay, so then I'm just gonna do export Smos workflow is this directory. Nope. It's Smos workflow dir. There we go. Okay, and now if I press E, nothing happens. N, also nothing happens. If I turn on explainer mode, I should be able to see what happens. It's not being activated at all. Aha, so existent matchers, exact character E is not being activated at all. So I think something must be wrong with the activation then. Let's have a look. Existent selects the existent. Well, let's press question mark, alt question mark. Why can't we press question mark? I think we should be able to do. I also like this as well. Question mark? Why doesn't question mark do anything? Are the any ones not being added? They should be. Maybe select help doesn't do what you want. This is strange. So selecting help works, but it's not considered. Select help is right there. So why is it not? Did I maybe add it in a different place? Why is that not being executed then? Oh, because I'm not running the new version. Smart. Question mark. There we go. Now it's there. And now BP question mark. That works. BP question mark. No. BP. If I now do P. Here is the new file, so it needs to be drawn a bit differently. And then I can press escape and go out of it, or enter, and nothing happens. Okay, so this is gonna be nice. So the key bindings that I wanted work, and now the thing I need, so I want it to be drawn nicely as well. So if we have an in progress one, the drawing I want to have it a bit differently. Let's have a look at the text itself, and then if we can parse it correctly. Yeah, we had a function for that, didn't we? Cursor there first. Complete to here. Complete to file. Where was it? Complete text cursor to file. Let's start with this one. Case. So case, if it's completable to a file, in that case we want to check if it looks like if it looks like a file, then we can do we can add a file style. If it doesn't, then maybe it looks like a directory, in which case maybe we want to if it looks like a directory, we may want to yeah. So we have some styles for this. So we've got file utter and dir utter. So then at least it'll have a nice color, hopefully. So now if I do E and then write hello, so it looks like a file at least. And then, so if it's a file, then I actually want to use the file style. Yep, that's the way I want it. So if it's not a Smos file, then it should look like like it's not a Smos file, so green. Green, and now if I add Smos, it becomes nothing. And then of course we want the caret as well. Voila, that's what we want. And now I want the pointer character as well. When do you want to do that? And so case of like that. So add pointer and add lister. And the lister is just this piece. It's just a dash instead of the arrow. So now if I do this again, shoot, I closed the lot way too much again. Okay, now local dp e, yeah, that's what I wanted. Beautiful. Of course now it's going to be white, which is fine. Yeah, so it won't look like yeah, so those extra styles don't matter because they're going to be white anyway. Okay, not a problem. Good, so now we can create and delete, only create. We can create files and we can see that happening, and now the only thing we need to do is to be able to complete them. First let's run the Smos tests. I actually want to add one of them, the opparse spec, namely the file browser key configs. Exactly. Yeah, I figured one of the generators would be missing right now. We're coming up on 5 hours and this is still not done. I might have to complete this another time because my brain is starting to go numb. Okay, I'll just try it. So the real big issue with this is that you need to be able to undo things in the file browser, and that's real difficult. Especially when you do actual I/O stuff, because undoing I/O things can only be so accurate. So use record patterns. No, absolutely not. Okay, I think it's best to stop here for today and finish the rest another time. So what else do we need to do another time? Add in the completion into the file browser cursor. Yeah, I think that's the next part. What else am I missing? Let's have a quick look at the docs side to see what that looks like now. Oh dear, this is going to take a moment. Yeah, so the doc site automatically has to rebuild every time Smos changes because it automatically documents itself as well as Smos. So every time the key bindings change, the documentation website also changes. Alright, I knew this was going to fail. So the reason this fails is because you have to still implement the actual documentation right here. So, yeah, there it is. So, existent file in progress. Empty and any. So we need a key map table, and then browser key map existent matchers, like so. Yeah, and then instead of existent we put in progress, and here we use empty. Here we use any. Okay, so now if I click on default key bindings, there we go. So now I should be able to scroll down to the file browser and have the different options. Oh, perfect. This is exactly what I needed. Cool. So now the documentation works again. There's a file browser there. So this is the cast that we will be updating at the end. Yeah, okay. So let's stop this today. No, wait, one more thing. We need to make sure that the build passes. So STF, no, stack plain, STF pedantic. STF is stack test file watch. There we go. Already some stuff that doesn't build. Let's go fix this first. So 15, 11, 9, 7. Keeps going. 17, 15, 13, 12. And then Nix build it, just to be sure. Looks like this is gonna... Oh, this isn't good. Huh. Huh? Yeah, this works. So why doesn't STF work? Super strange. Oh, maybe I just don't see the output so soon. I only see the output at the end. Okay, let's next build it again. Looks like the Nix build wasn't entirely done here. Strange. But this should go relatively quickly, I think. Okay, so now it should be, oh nice. Let's try this one more time, because now I added the demo as well. Okay, so got the build to pass again. And now I can probably get rid of this right there and just update the hash and then make sure this SHA fails. Boom, and then I do stack clean, stack file, stack test pedantic. And when I do nix build, it should immediately tell me that this hash is now out of date. Or even that it's not able to build, not even to get that. No, that was possible. Okay, there we go. And then start the nix build as well, see what happens. Luckily I've got an extra build server in the other room where all of my Nix builds are built by default, or at least it tries to help. It's always a bit annoying to have to wait for stuff like this, but not much you can do about it, I guess. Anyway, we're almost done. It seems to be going well though. That's nice. So, with any luck, we should be able to add a documentation for the browser key binding as well. Finish this off. Now I have to restart the Nix build now because there's a new git commit, so it has to restart the whole thing. The reason is that the git hash is built into every executable, so for every change in the git hash, the entire executable needs to be rebuilt. And that's necessary because I want to be able to do something like this, version, or not even version, help, and then say this is the version that you're using. I find this quite important for bug reports, etc. Going relatively well. I'm starting to be impressed by the amount of stuff there is here. If I do clock, what was the other? There was this other program to count files, because now I get a whole bunch of nonsense files in here. Yeah, there was a better file counting program. Better programming language line counting. So its clock is the best one, the normal one, but there was a better one someone told me about recently. I don't remember. Okay, so this succeeded. The other one still in progress, but I don't have to wait for that. Okay, so then let's finish this here. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube soonish, and then the people who weren't able to watch it now can watch it later. Maybe learn something as well. There was a bit of everything in this stream, so hope you enjoyed it. Have a nice evening.